In 2000, ICANN introduced generic TLDs, and the number of characters used in generic TLDs has increased. Like, we had not got new TLDs, like it was 2-3 characters. We had got TLDs or top-level domains in more characters, like .info, .museum, and even after that, we are now today getting the domain names with the cities, like .italy and other things. But technically, to put these top-level domain beyond English was not possible. For that, ICANN started studies, and the technical compliances were started to put in place. Various developments or various deliberations took place across the countries. The technical expert gathers, and they are now able to reach to technical solutions so that we can put our top-level domains in the script the user requires. One of the major development of this journey was United Acceptance, UASG we call it, United Acceptance Security Group, which was put, United Acceptance Security Group, which has put in by UCAN in its 52nd meeting in Singapore. Today, UASG has grown, it is a grown community-led program to facilitate the adoption of universal acceptance and principles of the industry. And I am happy to tell you that as on date, there are around 125,210 top-level domain in the native languages. There are around 1591 TLDs, 1246 GTLDs, and out of which CCTLDs are around 316 in numbers. And we are getting new type of domains as we move forward. And this has helped in inculcating the depth of internet or reach of the internet to the native users or to the users which want to use their native languages. And universal acceptance is predominantly driven by 3 concepts. First thing is that old TLD is accepted more than the new TLD. Means the 2-level domain which we are using previously is more acceptable than the more number of domains as we move forward. The ASCII level domain, because previously what we were using, we were only using the ASCII characters, and now we have moved to Unicode to accommodate the native language TLDs. ASCII only TLD is accepted more than the IDN TLD. And the last one is 2-3 letter TLD is more acceptable than the larger CC TLDs. And when we will find ourselves to be successful is denoted by this particular vision statement, that success of universal acceptance would result in these 3 laws becoming obsolete. Means we are able to accept more number of characters in a domain, we are able to accept the newer TLDs, we are able to accept the more IDN TLDs across the globes. This is working, or it will definitely help us in penetrating to the regions which are not yet connected to the internet. So it will be a boon to the community. The number of internet users, that 4 billion we talk of, that the internet is still not able to reach. Universal acceptance, I am sure, is one remedy which will take up us to those people. today if we talk to internet, I'm talking about internet, when we started, the internet started, it was considered to be a luxury basically. But today, I don't find internet is a luxury. It is a necessity. Everybody needs that. So I can say that today the most essential public utility which we need today is internet. And by reaching out to additional people, it will become a day-to-day thing which we need for our day-to-day usage. I had gone through the problems when we were rolling out the universal acceptance in our country. I found basically 3 problems which came to our forth. First was that internet infrastructure, then cost to reach to those people where still internet is not available. Then third one was universal education and the digital literacy. We also noted that English is currently used by 30% of the total global internet users. 10 languages of the 80% of the users which are using total 10 languages across the globe. None of the Indian language is in the top 10 despite large number of users. 6,000 languages are there, but only 130 languages are available on internet as of now. And big digital divide, this is the biggest problem which we see in the internet world. Only 36.6% of the total internet users in India are from rural areas. So, as I told you, we have to reach to unreached and connect the unconnected. This is what the universal acceptance will do for us. In case we take universal acceptance forward, it gives an opportunity, because you see in our country, we are the largest. I think we are having around 10 scripts. We are having around 22 languages, 22 that is recognized languages or national languages we call them. We had a huge opportunity. And as per the forecast, in case we try to bring in universal acceptance forth, it will give an opportunity of additional USD $9.8 billion. It will give or it will add 13 million new users online. And this can be done by increasing the number of 5 points which I had told you, that we have to accept, we have to validate, we have to store and process and display all the materials or all on the contents in the native languages that I had just described to you. I would like to highlight some of the initiatives that my organization has taken to put internet acceptance in the forefront. First of all, we had taken the initiative in the terms of BhasaNet portal. BhasaNet portal has been recently launched by Honorable Secretary, and it takes us today to a very comprehensive multilingual IDN-ready knowledge dissemination portal with the stakeholders, which provides resources for software developers to address both IDN and universal acceptance related issues. The key objective behind the portal is to empower the developer community and interested stakeholders to make UA-ready websites and applications in more inclusive in multilingual internet. So this is one of the initiative which we had taken. Another initiative at NIXI which we had taken is that we had started the program of reaching out to the communities where the native language is mostly used. And I am happy to say that one of some such initiative is about that MGMD initiative, which was Mera Desh, Mera Bharat initiative, through which we are providing the ID and domains and one email address to all the 6.6 lakhs villages across the country. And I am happy to share that till date, we had already provided around 2 lakh ID and domains for the MGMD. So these efforts are, what we are trying to do through these efforts is that we are trying to create the contents in our native languages. The Ministry of Culture, through which, in collaboration with whom we have taken this initiative, will be providing the content, existing content or new content, whatever they are coming, through these ID and domains in their own native languages. And this will be worked out, or the total domain of which, through which the website will be created in their own native languages, will be done by, in the collaboration with the Sarpanch and other people, other leading people in the district, at the district level. So this will help us in increase in the content in native language across the globe or across the country, I would say. The main problem which we are facing today is that since our Indian languages, the 20 of them, in English, suppose I type XYZ, and whether I type it capital or small, it will be the same for our computer system. But it is not same for the ID and domains. So suppose I type and I type some certain characters and I change the sequence of those characters, even that particular word will be the same, but it will not be recognized by our internet. So the problem was being solved that a particular thing of a particular domain, when it was created in a native language, was having 3-4 options with that, and all 3-4 options of those domains was mapped to one. But this was very tedious. Now we are coming up with the standards that can define how to create ID and domains in the native languages. I am sure that the standards which we had created or which we are further refining will definitely help the global community also to adopt those standards, and India can be a leading player in that. So these are all about BhashaNet portal. I had already talked. I had also given you the way forward which we are taking. And in the last, I would encourage you all to take active participation in this particular thing which NIXI is taking forward. And I would urge all the ISP communities to help NIXI in adopting of the universal acceptance in our country. We can be a leading global player in this, and in terms of standards as well as the penetration of the native languages. And I am sure that with this, we will make our name in global acceptance or universal acceptance across the globe. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tyagi, for sharing your insights with us and how universal acceptance is indeed the way forward. Like Sir mentioned, that internet is not a luxury anymore, it is a necessity, and how universal acceptance can actually pave the way forward for people who do not have access to internet. So thank you so much once again. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we break for the next 25 minutes for a networking and a tea break. But I would urge everyone to please have a visit on the second floor. Like I mentioned, we have a plethora of exhibitors They would be more than happy to share their offerings with you all tailored to your needs. So second floor, we have the exhibition booths. Also, I would urge you all to please experience our beverages, which are arranged by our sponsors. So you can grab a cup of tea, coffee, or beverages, and please make the most of it. I would also urge people to please share your peering personal slides with Mr. Sushil Kulkarni. He's just around, so I would urge you all to please share your presentations who are left to do that. And please have a good time. I would see you all sharp at 12 with our next presentation. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I would urge everyone in the pre-function area to please assemble back into the ballroom as we're about to begin with the next very, very important and crucial panel discussion on data centers. So I would urge everyone to please be back. We're about to begin with a panel discussion in the next 1 minute. A quick request to all our delegates, all our members of the audience to please take their seats. We're about to begin with our next session in just a minute. Till then, I hope that you all are sharing all your key takeaways, all those insights right from this platform on your social media handles with the hashtag SANOG41 and hashtag INNOG. Do share all your key takeaways, everything that you get to experience here. I'm sure the online community is waiting to know of all the action happening right here at SANOG41. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an action-packed day with some very crucial panel discussions and keynote and sessions coming right your way. So I would urge everyone to please take their seats. May I request everyone to please take their seats. People standing there in the aisle area, may I request you all to take your seats. We're about to begin with our next session. It is time we shine a spotlight on another crucial segment on data centers. Well, our panelists are ready right here. I would request everyone once again to please take your seats. So are we all set and ready to begin with our next panel? May I request people in the aisle area to take your seats? Everyone. I believe that time is the biggest asset to each one of us. So I would request once again to please take your seats. I'm about to invite Our speakers on stage. People in the aisle area, may I please request you all to take your seats. We're about to begin to invite our speakers on stage. Everyone right on my left side, people, may I request you all to please be seated. All right, thank you. Thank you so much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time. We shine a spotlight on a very crucial segment coming right your way, which is data centers. And to take us through the same, we have with us a session chair for this panel. May I please invite on stage the Director at Strategy and Planning, SmartLink Solutions Private Limited, also on the board of Nixie, and Quest Consultancy Private Limited, Mr. Rajesh Panwal on stage to please take this session forward. Can we please give a big round of applause for Mr. Rajesh? Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's always a challenge to start a session or after a break, like as if it is always difficult to start a session after a strategic timeout in IPL T20. It is probably the same thing. But I'm sure that I have a panel of eminent speakers along with me. And let me introduce the panel discussion. Let me first invite Mr. Suvesh Chattopadhyay. He is an industry veteran and associated with the telecom data centers for more than 2 decades. He is currently with ST Telemedia, Global Data Center and Senior Director, Edge and Networks. STT GDC is a leading data center player with presence in 9 geographies. Please welcome Mr. Suvesh Chattopadhyay. Next is Mr. Gaurav Babbar from Control S. Gaurav Babbar is an accomplished professional with a track record of 23 years in business development, network strategy, planning and design, peering and interconnection, cloud platforms, and he is presently Vice President, Edge and Network, Control S. Please give him a big round of applause. Next is Ankit Agarwal from Yota. Ankit is having 18 years of experience across 3 continents. The companies like NTT, Tech Mahindra, CP, Tata Teleservices, and many more. Currently, he is leading the global network of service business unit at Yota. Next is a very familiar face, Mr. Kundan Ghodke. He is having 22 years of experience in telecom and technology. Presently, he is with Equinix. And I'm sure that everyone is well aware of Equinix, having presence of having 270 plus data centers across the world. Please give him a big round of applause. Welcome, Kundan. And last but not the least, in my list, is Mr. Chandan Gupta from Iron Mountain Webworks. Chandan is a seasoned business leader with nearly 2 decades of experience in the Indian data center industry. And he is head of the data center business with Webworks. Please give him a big round of applause. And to moderate the session, I would say I'm inviting a peering Pandit of India who started the peering ecology in this country. Ronak Maheshwari is a very famous face, so he will be moderating the session. I think we have a time constraint, but still will ensure that we get a fair chance with everyone. May I request Ronak to take on? We have 60 minutes to
go. Thank you for the introductions, Rajeshji. I am actually sitting with a very eminent panel here. Let's try and see if we can make the start a bit lighter. Let's start with a question, which is kind of a joke. How many data center technicians does it take to change a light bulb? Any idea, guys? How many data center technicians does it take to change a light bulb? Yeah, basically 0, because they just reboot the room and hope the light bulb turns itself on. So as Rajeshji has said, we have time constraints. I would like to dive in straight to the questions. And the most veteran here is Suesh. So would like to start with you, Suesh. The new national broadband mission is in the works. And from what I've heard, what it is going to say is the government wants to connect every household to fixed broadband by 2030. Now, that's a significantly huge mission, and it would require significant subsea capacities overhaul, which is landing in India. So, you being the most veteran, I would like to ask you, or gain insights from you about the current subsea provision capacities, what is in the works right now, what we need to do if we want to connect every household to broadband by 2030, and what are the obstacles you see at various levels to achieve this?
Thank you, Ronak. That's an interesting question. Let me start with a question that, what's the status of submarine cables today? It's best to look at the scenario in terms of numbers. Today, 18 submarine cables land in about 10 cable landing stations across India. Out of 18, about 8 submarine cables carry more than 90% of the traffic. The rest have a marginal contribution. Having said that, I'll specifically refer to 2 cables which BSNL has built, the Chennai-Andaman cable system and the Kochi-Lakshadweep. They serve a purpose much larger, much beyond the business perspective, and we must regard them for that purpose that they serve. Now the remaining cable system, which I said contribute 90% of the traffic, they can be divided in 2 buckets. One that was commissioned before 2010. They have served their purpose, they lived their life, now they're headed for retirement. And the industry is clearly looking for their replacement. Now those that were commissioned post 2010, they have certainly another 10 years or a little more than that to go. The challenge with these cables is that either they have very few fiber pairs or very few fiber pairs landing in India, and they are fairly heavily utilized. So they don't have the headroom for growth to meet the hyperscaler requirements that are emerging. So they will continue to serve the enterprise and service provider requirements, but then again the need is felt for much larger cable systems. That's the reason the new breed of cable systems which are coming in, about 6 of them, each of those cable systems has capacity which is more than the collective capacity of these 18 cable systems. That's the size we are talking about. Now this brings a very interesting perspective. With having so much of capacity, these new cable systems will bring in a new paradigm of unit cost economics. And that could drive down the subsea capacity pricing to a level where the revenue generated from a cable could be less than the amount required for the O&M. This could disrupt the existing cables also in some way. And now this again points to another interesting opportunity or challenge, that O&M cost, as you all know, is increasing. Fuel costs are increasing, cost of hiring a cable ship is increasing, and these ships are mostly stationed in UAE or Singapore. So bringing them to Indian territorial waters takes time and cost. So the need is being felt for quite some time that India should have its own cable repair ships. Should have a depot which stores the spare cables, the repeaters, the jointing kits, and a trained crew that can go and do submarine cable repairs. It's a matter of either one individual carrier taking the lead, or it's a collective effort to build that arrangement to make it happen. Now the point is this has been talked about for the last 2 years pretty actively, but it is felt that it requires some amount of policy intervention that creates some favorable enablement in terms of importation, in terms of custom depots, these cables can involve import and export depending on where the port is. New cable systems which are coming. The most important part of the new cable systems is they are not an isolated part of a larger play which has 3 building blocks: the data centers, the terrestrial network, and the submarine cables. What I mean is, if you don't have sufficient number of data centers, then you won't have sufficient networks to interconnect them. And this is where I would like to mention the great contribution the hyperscalers have made. They have brought in a concurrent focus to building new data centers, to building new terrestrial networks, and to build new submarine cables. And these developments are interrelated. One complements the other. As I was saying, if there are a large number of data centers, there is a need to interconnect them with multiple diverse routes. And if there are unless you have large terrestrial networks that can transport the terabits of capacity that the submarine cables are landing, then there is no point in having those cable systems. So one complements each other pretty actively. So in this scheme of new cables, we are seeing 6 cables on the horizon at this point in time. 2 cables, entity-led MIST and GEO-led IAX landed last year in Mumbai and Chennai. That's certainly a very big milestone. And in the course of next year, we're expecting Airtel-led CME-V6, primarily Google-led Blue Raman, and Meta-led 2 Africa Pearl to come in during some course of next year, provided the cable laying ships and the Red Sea are not victim of missiles. Now, these cable systems have a very different architecture from 2 angles. One is that they have got a larger number of fiber pairs. The existing cable system, they have got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, only 2 have got 8 fiber pairs, taken eye to eye. But these new cable systems, and the minimum have 10 fiber pairs, 12 and 16 fiber pairs. What happened if you reflect on the technology landscape, the new wave of technology sweeping the submarine cable world is called spatial division multiplexing, or SDM. Here the focus is to increase the number of fiber pairs and not really focus on increasing the number of terabits you can transmit per fiber pair. Primarily is to keep the cost under control. But what happened was that when the cables were built by the vendors, they wanted best of both worlds. When the cables were built, they had a high number of fiber pairs. They also had high terabits per fiber pair also. So all these new cables, they carry somewhere between 16 and 24 terabits per fiber pair. That's the kind of capacity they're building. So imagine a submarine cable with 16 fiber pairs, each having a design capacity of at least 20 terabits. 20 terabits is like the benchmark that most of the cables adhere to. Depending on the segment of the submarine connectivity, it could vary between 18 or 24. Now, with that said, when the submarine cable lands in India, there's another change happening. The whole concept of submarine cable landing was centralized. The entire cable goes to a cable station, which becomes a point of capacity breakout. Now the play has shifted from capacity breakout to fiber pair breakout, because the hyperscalers have invested in those cables. They are part of the joint build consortiums. So they have either acquired 1 fiber pair, 2 fiber pair, or 4 fiber pair, depending on which cable system you're looking at. So when these cables land, there is one cable landing party which lands the physical cable. Then there are individual fiber pair landing, where each fiber pair is extended to different data centers wherever the hyperscaler has their network node for the given availability zone. Now this requires large amount of ultra-reliable terrestrial connectivity. And this is one of the key drivers that are driving these network builds across the cities. Now, once these fiber pairs have reached the data centers and terminated in submarine line terminating equipment, or SLT as they are called, then that capacity has to be distributed to eventually to the availability zone data centers where they will be actually consumed. That requires another layer of connectivity. Now, superimposed on this is a picture that Pune, Hyderabad, and Delhi NCR are the emerging data center hubs. So from Mumbai and Chennai, the huge amount of network build is currently happening, which are reaching out to these three places, because of which there's a new wave of the long-haul network build. And what is different about these networks is that they're no longer the traditional underground fiber networks. They call for a new era of utility fiber. And the most dominant form of utility fiber that we see across India is the OPGW fiber from the state transcos. In fact, we are seeing a very great public-private partnership play out in which the state transcos are going out of the way to create up to 4 diverse routes on their network between certain long-haul routes. And they are creating that kind of network that the hyperscalers are asking for to transport multiple terabits from, say, Chennai to Hyderabad, or say from Mumbai to Pune, and all these long-haul routes. This is the major change which is happening. Now, what's happening is that now if you again reflect on the data center side, it's an interesting journey. It's going from, it has reached a milestone of 1 gigawatt by beginning of this year. Now it's in a journey from 1 gigawatt to 2 gigawatt. And this is almost a unanimous position industry has, that it will take less than 3 years to go from 1 gigawatt to 2 gigawatt. So this is the accelerated journey. This acceleration data center will have effect on new builds and long-haul networks, new build of metro networks. So these 3 domains put together will be the bedrock of everything that we need to build on the cloud and a content ecosystem. And because these networks are not just hyperscaler built, these are built for a wider usage the next decades to come. They will also have impact in lowering the cost of internet bandwidth, because now you can land many more terabits of internet bandwidth than you could land earlier. So eventually, directly or indirectly, it will impact the price of broadband service that the retail customers pay, and this will aid in the objective of National Broadband Mission to provide affordable internet to the greater population by end of 2030. That's all from my side.
It looks like we need to have a fireside chat sometime, you know, the kind of insights and the amount of insights you have on this. I'm sure the community will benefit from such a fireside chat. Maybe next time we can do it. This brings me to you, Gaurav. So where is, so while Suvesh explained one side of it, of landing, of subsea, there is also something called demand for edge in India. Metros are fairly penetrated by data centers. Capacities are going to increase from 1G to 2G to 3G, etc., etc. But what about for demand for edge? Where do you see, the next data center penetration in which cities or which hyperscalers, or how is this demand coming? Do you see a visibility of this demand, and how does it look if all households in India have to be connected by 2030 on fixed broadband?
Thank you, Ronak. I think that's a very interesting question. And I think Suvesh has really touched on a big area on the subsea part, which is quite interesting. And the question which you asked to be is very close to our heart in terms of everyone wants, eager to know what is about edge data centers. People talk about hyperscalers, people talk about data centers, but edge is still far away to the reality, because at least we know India, if we look at from a perspective where we were there 10 years back, and now where we're standing in now, next 10 years now, we have really grown well into the data center segment. Now, a data center, everyone is aware of that it's a place where we have space, compute, and other applications sitting on data centers, serving the end users with the help of telco partners, ISP partners, and they are contributing to that area from a data center point of view. Now, where exactly is the demand is? How the edge data center concept start coming into play? Why we had start talking about edge data center, it's a question mark. So we have to split this into 3 parts, where we have to understand where is the edge data center demand is coming from as of now. What's the model behind the edge data center? Second area I would like to touch base upon is what are the challenges we are seeing on the edge data center side. Third area I would like to talk about is what's the proliferation of data we are seeing towards the edge ecosystem. And I'm sure my rest of the colleagues will definitely going to contribute onto those areas too. Now let's talk about the edge ecosystem and also talk about certain facts and figures about India on the data center market. Over the last decade, what we have seen is India has roughly around 350 megawatt of capacity in there, which has doubled from 2019 till 2023. It has reached to almost 778 megawatt of power, which is quite substantial, which means there is a substantial growth of content being consumed by the Indian audience. Now, where this content is consumed, it's a natural choice for everyone that we know that India has a huge population, right? And these populations start consuming content. This content, where it is coming from, thanks to our hyperscaler partners, who seeing the growth of the content demand in India, and that's where we've seen there's a huge proliferation of data centers start flourishing in to support that growth path. India, as of now, today stands 13th in the global position in terms of the data centers. Today, we have roughly around 138 data centers operational across the country. And there are almost 45 more data centers coming up in the fraternity. So by end of 2025, we will see almost 170 plus data centers getting operational, which means the India is heading towards becoming the gigawatt need for the country. Now, while we're talking hugely about space, power, and everything, but the next thing which is really required for us is to go more deeper, is to go more to the end consumers to give them the content in a more efficient way. Now that's where the demands start coming from an edge ecosystem. Today, as we know, majority of the data centers are sitting into the major developed metros, which we talk about, Bombay, Delhi, Chennai, Bangalore. These are our major metro markets. And there is no second thought that 60% of our content is still consumed by these major markets. And that is why we see majority of the content is also being residing into these locations. But coming back to your question, especially about the next generation or the broadband policy which you're talking about, until we reach to the end markets, with where the content is going to become available and how we can make the things better for them, things will not change, things will not evolve. Edge data center is exactly going to solve that purpose, to make sure the vision of the national broadband network, to make sure if the users needs to get connected, you need to have a right ecosystem in place. Now let's talk about the edge ecosystem in place. What we've seen today as an ecosystem. There are content being setting, but the challenges for a lot of ISP partners, I'm sure they are seeing this problem. We have content sitting on major metros, but there is a challenge for us to get that content being further replicated to smaller towns or to cities. So while we have enough of content available in Mumbai, Delhi, Chennai, but the moment we have to deliver this content to the next level city, there are multiple hurdles. And now I'm start coming to the challenges part of it, right? The challenge comes through from a data center point of view. Any city, when you pick up a data center to pick it up, you need to see how the data proliferation looks like to be. Now, for a data center, you need to see, do we have the right land, right available of electricity, right power and space is available for you to be located into that city? What kind of IT technology skill set you have in that city to put up your data center? Then how strong is your fiber ecosystem available in those cities to launch your edge ecosystem? Because end of the day, the expectation of users are now changing. People are now getting tuned to getting response time in a very faster way. So when I say response time, it's talked about the latency. Earlier, we used to see a lot of content being delivered and people used to have patience to watch the content. But now, with the inception of new technologies, with the 5G evolution, with a lot of things coming into place, the response time has also become very, very high to ensure that data centers should keep up to that pace. With regards to that, what we see is in edge markets, it is quite challenging as of now, because getting power source from two different locations in the under-matured, or you can say undeveloped market, is a big challenge. So, which means a data center has to make sure if he has to meet the same skill sets of the hyperscaler data centers we have in metros, it is quite difficult. And obviously, when we're talking about edge data centers, they are not like heavy power data centers. These are starting with 2 megawatt, grow all the way to 10 megawatt. And that's where the government policy has to come into place to make sure that they allow the data centers to flourish into the smaller ecosystem into these cities. Until we go and adopt these things into the edge data centers across this location, the data proliferation cannot happen. Now, the trends which we are seeing changes, what drives the demand? The drives for this edge data center demand is obviously India is now getting into the 5G ecosystem. There are a lot of use cases going to come around 5G, which includes your ultra latency, your gaming applications, your other use cases for enterprise consumptions. These are going to fulfill from somewhere. Now, if we keep continuing serving this content from metros, it's not going to give us the best of the response time to the end users. The key to this is getting into the city where the content demand is coming from and having a data center, edge data centers located into that region to serve that demand. We are also seeing now these industries are now spread across in multiple part of cities. Now, other than Bombay, Delhi, obviously these metros where we are seeing a flourishing of big industry scale, but a lot of manufacturing units, a lot of smart industries, a lot of our other industry units are sitting around in these tier 2 and tier 3 cities. Now what we're seeing a trend in change is the proliferation of 5G ecosystem. We're talking about a lot of IoT devices and sensors. Now these IoT devices and sensors are basically going to consume a lot of data, which is in terms of how much smart data they're going to compute in that particular region. So for example, in a big industrial unit in maybe Lucknow or maybe in Patna, they are having too much of data to consume or maybe too much data to be evaluated, but they don't have a right data centers into these locations. Until you put a data centers which can take care of these elements of smart IoT sensors, your AI and ML learnings, your analytics, it makes a lot of sense for them to put that services into data centers. The next demand which we also seeing is internet is also getting quite evident, like everyone requires high-speed internet. So there is a demand for internet to become faster, and obviously latency has to go reduce. We're talking about next generation about the gaming content, which is the console. Instead of console games, we are saying computer games are going to get much more popularity, which means you need to have the content to be available much faster for the end users to have a great experience while he's surfing the content or while he's playing the game on an online play. Data centers has to play a pivotal role in delivering that kind of content more efficiently, which can only happen if you have edge data centers into those regions. Third, we're talking about is in terms of the overall efficiency we want to bring in from the AR and VR point of view, which you talk about augmented reality, virtual reality, or live streaming. We see India has really come up in terms of the gaming now. Over the last few years, we see the India gaming industry and also the live streaming content has really gone popular. People start consuming, watching the content on devices. Now, as long as you have one network, which is obviously 5G, has to enable this ecosystem, which is people are watching the content on devices, but people start watching this content on other personalized devices also. Now, until you have a right ecosystem to play, to offer these content from these locations more prominently, then only you will see the city, the tier 2 and tier 3 traffic start growing eventually to make sure they come to that level. I was reading in one of the report in Gartner, which talks about where is the edge data center ecosystem is going about. It talks about, as of now, we are roughly, globally we're talking about 63 zettabytes of around traffic generated by edge data centers. And in the next 10 years down the line, up till 2031, we are going to see is almost 163 zettabyte of data going to be produced by the edge data center location, which is quite significant. And fortunately for India is right now, 8 to 9% of our population are still under the tier 2, tier 3 regime, which needs this data consumption to happen. So that becomes a clear evident case for the edge demand to be coming up. Now, as I mentioned, the great areas for data centers, edge data centers to come up is the data proliferation for 5G. It is data proliferation for IoT ecosystem. It is the data proliferation for your next generation AR, VR, and audio and media streaming kind of services. Plus, we're talking about a lot of content which is going to be in terms of the website acceleration and all those things. Edge data center is going to play a pivotal role in that overall segment. Now, coming back, as Suvish has really given a lot of perspective about the subsea markets. Now, we today see a mature ecosystem in subsea even as of now, till now, only to the locations like Bombay and Chennai, which are the existing two gateways for us. Over the next few years, when we see the demand going to generate from these edge data centers, we're definitely going to see much more acceptability of getting the content or the subsea landing into other part of the India region. So there are a lot of areas getting identified at which are the other locations where the proliferation of data is now happening. So the next location, probable location, we can easily see like Vizag or Hyderabad or some portion like Kerala or Pondicherry will be the next subsea gateway location going to be come up. And that's where the lot of capacity is going to end up. Now, once we see these capacity is going to land up across these edge data centers, your data is going to get more generated into these regions. Now, once we see these regions are getting fully occupied with this consumption of data start happening, then you will see the growth for edge data center start happening. So edge data center in a whole, the demand will only going to, we are still running kind of a use case because nowhere in the world right now edge ecosystem has fully matured. There are still a lot of learning cases and IoT cases are happening around. India is also going through the same stage. We are not something new on that, but yes, as a country, as a deep, large assets population we have, we are also trying to make a difference that, if we go with the stage, having the edge data center established at the right point, we're definitely going to change the environment for India ecosystem to be more developed, especially with the overall content adoption and content consumption from this country perspective. So that's more about the edge ecosystem as of now, I would like to.
Thanks, Gaurav. A lot of insights there also, and yeah. This brings me to a very important, aspect of connectivity. Ankit, would you like to help us understand the challenge? I mean, now you see we are going to expand the subsea capacities. Maybe there'll be new landing locations, landing cities. There'll be new edge that will be. Connectivity is a challenge, and we need to solve that also. So, what do you think should be done to solve this problem of connectivity?
Yeah, thank you so much, Ronak, and thank you for putting me on a sticky wicket. As compared to the other panelists, you have asked me a difficult question, especially at this time of the year. But without any prejudice, and I will try to answer this since I'm a technocrat from the industry. Firstly, thank you for the organizing committee to put up a great show, and warm greetings to the government dignitaries, and especially people coming from outside India. Welcome to Mumbai. आमची मुंबईमध्ये तुमचं स्वागत आहे. Come on, guys, welcome to Mumbai. So coming to your question, I think last year when we met at the ISP conclave, we had noted down a couple of points in a forum similar to this and acknowledged action items on that. And with the disclaimer that my company doesn't have anything to do with this because I represent the data center industry. I am going to be an end consumer of this.
Yes, but I mean, see, everybody's affected, right?
Absolutely.
If data center is not properly connected, nothing will work.
Yeah, so exactly. So coming to the precise point, which noteworthy point which I take from that previous meeting of ours is the ease of fiber rollout in the country. I think today if we look out, all the big players are involved in this. There is hardly any regional expertise that go into it on a national level. People might be doing some things here and there, purely because of there's no ease of doing business in that particular domain. There are too many approval processes, right from multiple authorities being involved. If you say infrastructure, our panelists mentioned transport, there can be forest, there can be utilities, and etc. Plus, in bigger cities, there are municipalities involved. And it can vary from region to region, is what my message is. So I think if we bring that into a centralized process framework, that's going to ease the overall fiber rollout business in the country, plus promote a lot of smaller regional players. So why I say this is because I'll just throw some numbers and give you a little bit of perspective into it. And then I think you can connect the dots. In the next 5 years, I think the projection says that we are going to connect, so the next projected population in the next 5 years is over 1.5 billion, out of which we say that approximately 75% of the population is going to have internet connectivity. I think that's what the number says in my free research, what I could see. But the astonishing fact here is, which is going to add value to the perspective that I'm trying to bring to the table, is that 80% of this population is still going to be using mobile internet to connect, which doesn't make us happy as individuals here unless you're connected or you are associated with the retail or the mobile business. If you're part of the enterprise circle, then there's nothing to be happy about. So that's where my message comes from. If we can, I mean, it's easier said than done, I accept that. But if we start the journey now, I think the next 5 years where we say we are going to connect 75% of the population, it probably can be more than that. So while I am the end user for this, I hope I can bring a perspective of giving you the real life challenge. And probably, you know, that is something that we can again think and ponder upon. So I hope I was able to answer your question.
Yeah. I mean, you kind of pointed to the places we need to look at, and most of the community here also, you know, connects with you on connectivity issues and also the challenges of at various different levels on policies of rollout of fiber. We have ISP community and they face the same challenge. I mean, I'm sure they are also, they can relate to this. Now, but then data center, it's not just about connectivity infra, that is one part. Now, but when we are talking about developing of edges at so many locations, you know, as you said, and demand coming from tier 2 cities especially, with respect to, you know, IoT or gaming requiring low latency, you know, then Kundan, you have developed DC. Would you please give us some insights into what are the challenges of developing these DCs, edge DCs especially in tier 2 towns, tier 3 towns?
Yeah. Thank you for that. Firstly, thank you for having me over here on this particular panel. So most of the stuff, which maybe I would like to take it from Gaurav, who talked about very elaborately on what these edge data center locations or the locations are and what kind of challenges these are facing. Just maybe a step back, he has taken pretty good numbers over there where we stand. Rather, he has stole some of my points, I would say. I don't have to repeat those particular things, but saying so, 178 data centers when we say by end of this year, which is going to be around 1.3 gigawatt of capacity we are going to have in India by end of 2024. So what is that translates into? Let's maybe do a comparison, not globally, but at least in Southeast Asia and understand where we stand today. So generally, yes, 178 looks a very good number, but to be very frank, it is not that number which we should be happy with. Because when we see in APAC itself, the capacity, which is a footprint, maybe a per million megawatt kind of a capacity which is needs to be there. You see, on an average in Asia PAC, some of the developing countries and the developed countries within APAC, they are on an average 3.1 megawatt per million kind of a capacities they are having. Where we stand against this, we stand at 8 kVA, a meager 8 kVA per million. A country which is of 1.4 billion people, we are only having an 8 kVA of the capacity for data centers. Obviously, in APAC, the highest number comes in from Singapore, which is around 30 megawatts per million, though it's a small city country, but the number is huge. Look at China. China is around 3.5 megawatts per million, and you will be surprised to hear China is having somewhere around 455 data centers within China. Looking at the geopolitical things, obviously they want to be a superpower and all that thing, and there are restrictions globally for these guys. Looking at that, restrictions, they are way ahead for us as well. They are way ahead in that particular context. So wherein that something which we would be able to do that. So yes, there is, with the huge amount of data, because we are becoming a digital economy, lots of data is getting consumed. It's just not on the content side of it and the media side of it, but there is other pieces of it which is getting consumed. So specifically nowadays, as everybody sees that maybe the tier 1 cities like Mumbai, Chennai and all these, these are not saturating. I would say they are still not that particular potential which is not got utilized yet. But we are a vast geography. So tier 2 and tier 3 cities are definitely going to add a value in the proliferation of data centers in India, which specifically I would say because edge compute, not only from the content, again I'm saying it's not only from the content side of it and the media side of it, the other, like Gaurav mentioned about the industries which are in these tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 cities. So they are going to, with the newer IoTs, AI, ML, they are generating lots of data, and that would need something which is not, IoT is latency sensitive. Government has rolled out 5G, which is also, compared to 4G, is not taken that particular jump over there, because we are still yet to see that kind of I would say, acceptance for 5G as on date. Airtel, Vodafone, or Jio, they are still struggling to get that particular 5G numbers, subscriber base over there. What is that then it is needed for these tier 2 cities to grow? Obviously, there is demand for that particular thing. I think to build that particular edge data center is one importantly, which maybe Gaurav also touched upon, but I would like to reiterate the same point about the very stable power. Getting power in these locations is quite a challenge. You cannot have power coming in from 2 different sources, reliable sources over there. That is not reliable power altogether. We see lots of locations, these tier 2 cities, tier 3 cities, there are still power outages. There is power getting stolen. So there are challenges within the distribution which is over there. And if at all you are not going to get a reliable power to cater to your customers, though could be a hyperscaler or any ISP or a carrier or any other enterprise, that particular location is not going to be feasible. Another very much important aspect is, which I feel on a regulation part of it, though there is data center policy which is under draft right now, and we are yet to see the result out of it. But that has to be a comprehensive data center policy, which is between central government and the state government. It should not be like somebody is saying something at one location and something is different in the other location, because that's going to be challenging, because one state says X and other state says Y. Playing in between that particular thing, it's going to be a challenge, and it amounts to a great amount of a red tapeism maybe. So a very comprehensive policy between this and the agreement between the states and the central government is very much important. There has to be a great amount of investments into building a fiber network. So today, whatever the fiber network India is having, maybe except for one service provider, which is Jio, who has put in great amount of efforts over there building the fiber across India, but most of it, balance, whosoever is having, is almost 20 years old. And that particular fiber might have got degraded. Now, current use cases have changed in the market. What we are going to do to that particular thing, how it's very good to know that national broadband policy says that by 2030 we need to reach to everyone. How that is possible unless and until we invest into building that particular infrastructure. So my point over here is that we should be building that particular infrastructure, making a very conducive environment on a policy level for everyone to go over there and build the infrastructure which is required. One point which I would like to take it from Suvesh, he talked about undersea cables. Why don't we look at undersea cables as the neutral undersea cable locations? Why these are still to be focused on the carrier-owned locations? Why not it's a completely neutral locations like data centers are? So that is something which may give a next layer, next level of which is also a challenge over here, because most of our friends from the hyperscale, why I'm saying that? Because if that is something possible, today if you see the undersea cables, who are those consortium partners? Are these only the NSPs, the carriers? No, there are the other hyperscalers and all that. And it requires mandate today that when you are terminating that particular cable in the country, you need to hand it over to a carrier to terminate that. I understand that has to be a carrier who needs to take it from one location to another location, but why not it's at a neutral location? So for us, we look at there are challenges, because when there are multiple data centers which we have, so there are hyperscalers or the content players which is there with us and they want to get connected, deploy in my other data center, but they are unable to connect. Reason being, they are not a licensed service providers. They need something to grow. So what our MD Manoj Paul, actually he's a co-chair for SHM Data Center Council, he has done, along with his colleagues over there in the Association Council, to reach out to government. Last 4 or 5 years, that work is in progress, and we are trying to see if there is a captive deployment for any enterprise, why can't they just get connected over a dark fiber? Why they need to go through maybe any multiplexer over there? They should not be able to, they should be able to do it without that, because it's a captive requirement. It's not that they are going and connecting to any third party. They are connecting within their own setups. So that is something, because today, whatever, if you see most of these multiplexers, these are all imported. We are paying billions of dollars getting those imported. So why can't we do that ease of business, which he just mentioned, Ankit just mentioned? There is ease of business which needs to really see into this. And unless and until we are able to solve this particular thing, I would not say 100% will be solved immediately, but we need to take a very concrete step to solve this in a time-bound manner. Then only we should be, I'm pretty sure, yes, there is 1 gigawatt to 2 gigawatt, but that is not enough. Just look at our peers in the APAC countries, where they stand. And if at all we need to be a country who needs to be superpower in down the lane, maybe a 5 trillion kind of economy or a 10 trillion kind of economy, I think these are the steps which we need to really look at this particular point. One more point which I would like to add over here. Last 4 years, we are hearing that Singapore, majorly, which is a data center hub for APAC, there is restrictions, there is, they are not allowing any new data centers in last 4 years. Have we looked upon in a different eye how we can get that particular opportunity over here in India? I don't have the data to prove it, but this is not there in media or anywhere wherever I research. Malaysia is gone ahead and done the consortium with the government of Singapore to build a data center region or SEZ just at the border of Singapore and Malaysia. And this is, I would say, public plus private partnership, just to attract that particular business which is coming in from Singapore in the other regions as well. And that is a competition for India. Though we are the 5th larger data center market in APAC, okay, but that's kind of a competition we are looking at. So we also need to look into a different eye and see how we can collaborate with countries like maybe Singapore and get those kind of a businesses, because Chennai and Singapore, these are the closest ones, these are least kind of a latencies. And most of our hyperscale players or the content providers, they would be happy bringing in that particular deployments here in India. So we need to do resolve some of those challenges and see how these edges can be made more effective for the people.
You know, one common thing that I am getting from everybody here is about policies. You know, that's kind of everybody's favorite. So there is desire, there is demand, there is knowledge on how to develop. But what is an obstacle clearly that is coming out from this panel is policy. And I have Chandan. So Chandan, because now policy has become a common point, would you please elaborate on what simplifications of policy at policy level can be done, which will enable growth and help develop edge also and national broadband mission also and achieve the objectives of everything?
See, interesting views from everyone. So while we have been talking about the problems with fiber, problems with policy, I just want to wear hat of a CFO. Now, if I have to develop a data center, if I have for example, I have 100 million and I have to put it in data center, where would I like to put? Whether it will be in Mumbai or will it be in Nagpur? Right now, the answer would be, I would like to put it in Mumbai. It's a fast moving market, payback period will be less, and why should I take that risk? So beyond policy and everything, right now there is a certain amount of risk involved when I'm going to a tier 2 market. So unless there are some financial incentives, for example, lower cost of money, or there could be some grace period, probably tax relief for initial 3 to 5 years. or even renewable. For example, in Maharashtra, we have only, there is the upper cap of 50-55%, the renewable mix we can do in the power. So for example, if I go to Nagpur, or maybe even in Uttar Pradesh, we have a Noida, which is a developed market, but once you go to Lucknow, there is no clarity how things are going to happen. So possibly once you go over there, possibly give us some incentives. Allow us to put it 100% renewable. Allow us to reduce possibly the network charges. There could be a public-private partnership. Maybe if I want to connect from Nagpur to Mumbai, a career hotel in Mumbai, there can be a public partnership, public-private partnership. That's how it is going to build. And then the land acquisition and the power sanction, everything revolves around government policy. Right now there is lots of ambiguity when we get into a tier 2 market, that how are things going to happen. A development authority in a tier 2 city works totally different from how they work in a tier 1 city. They do not even understand what's the significance of a data center. So somebody, all 5 of us here are probably from a carrier and a cloud neutral data center. We operate a carrier and cloud neutral data centers. Now it's critical for digital infrastructure of India to grow, that these multi-tenant, carrier-neutral data centers are available in all these tier 2 cities. Even the state governments operate their own state data centers. Now it's high time probably they can act as an anchor tenant in these edge data, in these tier 2 cities, and maybe financially give some kind of de-risk our investments. If we are putting up a 4 megawatt data center in a state capital, now the state government over there tells us, okay, I have my own workload, I'll manage my own data center. So then it goes against the overall, state is competing against us. Those things are something beyond policies, I think from the financial and de-risking it, that might prove to be a better way. Anyway, there will be a risk involved if we are going to a tier 2 market. So the better rate of returns, the payback periods, all these things need to be taken into consideration while we move to tier 2 markets, which is critical. Once the 5G launch is there, once the hyperscaler localized content, it is going to be the need. And this is where the government bodies and the policy makers need to possibly help us in a way to have more focused approach towards tier 2 markets.
Kind of the most passionate thing that is coming out from this panel right now is, the obstacles at various levels on policy and some interventions that Chandan pointed out that can be done to incentivize data centers going into tier 2 and tier 3 cities, which is also required if we want to meet the national broadband mission's objectives. I would request the chair's permission to extend the period by 10 more minutes. We started at 12:15. So what I wanted to do was another round of, okay, we are now looking at obstacles that the data center industry has. I was also wanting to go and ask them about the concerns as, social concerns that they should address. Now, this is going to take about some time and I wanted to throw it open for questions. So I would really like the extension for 10 more minutes, sir. Okay. Okay, thanks. So guys, this is a common question. I had specifics, but now because we are short on time, now we have seen the obstacles. We know the recommendation is for the government to look into policy levels. I am sure ISPI will, take some notes and try and work with the government here. Let's come to the responsibilities side. As an industry, what are your responsibilities, and what are challenges you are facing in meeting those responsibilities? Everyone can take this.
I think I can start. I think that's again a very interesting part of things, and I think Chandan rightly pointed out. One part of this policy is obviously the data center group is looking more aggressively the support from government to build this ecosystem, right? We can only be successful if there is a cohesive and a collaboration among the government authorities and data center people together, work on a common approach that we have to build this ecosystem for this country to grow. Kundan rightly pointed about China as example. They are far ahead of us in terms of the data center ecosystem. But yes, there are certain responsibilities from a data center point of view is also going to be there to make sure what all our social responsibilities towards the government, towards the society. I think each one of us representing the data center industry, so we know there are certain social responsibility we have to do. So environmental sustenance and governance is one of the key factors which data center is completely working on. Chandan really touched back on one point is about the policies on the government, especially on the green power. We are very fenced towards to open up green power across locations wherever we launch the data centers. Now, be it like a 100 megawatt data center or a 10 megawatt data center, the perspective of data center is always to see how we can make it more green. If we're able to start the green power from day one, is obviously you start doing the contribution toward the society in terms of giving the green power effectively. And that also reduces the net carbon emissions. If you're doing everything operating on a green power, it helps the government to showcase that green power emissions are going down. Second, you also have to see when you start building up these data centers, getting the power from the grids, and obviously there's a revenue effect to those parties also. So we do understand the challenge from government also, because at one side of the revenue, most of the government earns is through the state government, is obviously through the source of energy they are doing from the grid powers, right? And if you introduce everything on green power, then their business also will die. They have to keep a balance on it. So we do understand that point. The second most important aspect we are trying to work on from a data center sustenance point of view is, one is the net carbon emissions we can reduce, how we can reduce the, the paperless environment. Data center is also a source of information, source of storing data. If we can reduce the consumption of the paperwork, that would also make sure that you are more environment friendly. If I remember the numbers correctly, I'm talking particularly about some of the data center initiatives Control has obviously taken on that perspective. I'm sure other people have also taken those initiatives. There are a lot of power saving elements which you're trying to do. For example, you're going to put up a building with solar panel on the building itself. Even though those solar panels are going to give you captive power for your own use, but that saves energy. So for example, one of the data center build which we have done for DC2 of Control is Mumbai, entire building is solar panel instead of glass. That solar panel itself produce almost 1.3 megawatt of power, and that's helped us to use this power as captive. So that helps us to make sure that we do not use much of the energy resources, but we can meet the captive resources more efficiently in that perspective. Third other initiative, you see how you can avoid the cutting of trees. Because at the end of the day, when you have to make up the data center, a lot of trees and everything comes in, and when you start producing a lot of digital content, and also plus you're going to put a lot of paperwork, instead of doing that, if you cut that, you can save the life of trees. Over the last few years, I can see majority of the data center, including all four of them, there are almost 5 lakh trees have been saved. Then we are talking about the water cycle treatment, because data centers require a lot of water in terms of keeping the data center cool. If we are able to manage the recycling of water treatment or reusing the water in an efficient way, that reduces the usage of water. We already have consumption of water is very heavy with the rest of the population. So for data centers, instead of asking for new supply of water sources, we are trying to see how we can do rainwater harvesting, or we can do alternate source of these things to make sure we use the efficient use of water things in this case, and then starting giving back to the society. So more effective use of these resources will giving back to the society in that way. I think these are some of the ESG initiatives most of the data center keeps on playing. Make sure that we give it back to society in that form. I think rest all can also put it.
Guys, please take your mic and start speaking.
I will talk about 3 initiatives. Firstly, in running our generator, we traditionally use diesel. We are transforming our generators to use natural gas. We are going to run them with up to 70% natural gas and 30% diesel. We have already done this in 2 of our data centers in Delhi NCR. We are rolling it out in other data centers across India going forward. The second is we are participating in long-term renewable energy purchase, and we have reached a milestone where 36% of our energy requirements are met from renewable energy. We are constantly striving to increase this percentage every year on year. Third thing is for customers, we are seeing that there's an increase in energy demand, and to improve the energy efficiency, which is sort of characterized by PUE, power usage efficiency, we are focusing heavily on liquid cooling. We have partnered with a company called Firmus from Australia to bring in a certain amount of patented technology. Deploying it in Bangalore, hopefully later part of the year we'll launch the service, and it will be gradually offered in other data centers across India. That's all from my side.
Yeah. So as far as the ESG is concerned, I would say definitely on the sustainability part of it, Equinix is the first company across the globe to commit for carbon neutrality by 2030. So I'm happy to share over here that as of now, it is around 96% of our data center power which we get across the globe. So Equinix is having around 270 plus data centers across the globe, and the 96% of the power of these locations is from the green energy. So that's a big step which we have been able to achieve, and we are now revised internally, though our commitment is 2030. We have revised our internal commitments to by 2025, we should be 100% using the green power. And by 2030, the carbon neutrality we should be able to achieve. As far as our India operations are concerned, are covered with green power, 100% both the data centers which are there in Mumbai, and the new locations are also in the same way. As far as how we can reduce, there are various ways to see how you would be able to reduce your heat wastages which are over there. Okay, so those technologies which are globally available, the best of one which are deployed in here in India, and the new data centers are going to be with the same as well. Now, one pertinent issue which I would like to take this opportunity to highlight over here. If you see green energy as well, I'm again touching base on the policy part of it. The policies are not unified over here. So for anyone who needs to be having a green energy, it becomes too challenging, though it's within Mumbai or any other location. If at all you talk about tier 2, tier 3 cities, I think these are too far off. We have took good strides in becoming power, as far as the green power is concerned, we are leading across the globe, India as a country, but reaching out to that particular level wherein the data center should be using the green power. So it is still as a voluntarily kind of a scenario which is here in India. Okay, so any and every data center, because there is a change in the market, the customers are asking for it, the data center players are going for a green energy. But there has to be a policy level wherein it has to be a comprehensive, unified policy across the globe, across India, because there are countries who are, maybe if you see in Europe as well, so similar way the things are there.
I'm short of time. I need comments from 2 more people and 1 question also. Can we?
So I'll cut the chase. I think this is something which a lot of customers are pushing us to do. A lot of certifications need to be done in order to get those orders. So these are the things which companies like us are forced to do if we need to win business from the customers. So I will move to the second part, which is having a one-stop shop solution for the customer. That is where I think the meat of the business is. If we can offer a customer a business-driven, a SLA-driven, outcome-driven product to the customer, which is one-stop shop for the customer. I think that is what the customers are looking for. For example, if you talk about Yota, and in the introduction, the lady was very kind to talk about us, catering to almost all the pieces of the IT industry that the customer needs. And now when we talk about AI, Yota is the only company in India where the NVIDIA AI has been launched, and it's practically being sold now in the country. So I think that is where, which is more important from the business point of view, is that as a DC industry, the responsibility is, because we have the highest wallet share from the customer's IT spend.
No sales.
No sales. But since, from the responsibility point of view, since we have the highest wallet share in the IT customer spend, that's where it becomes very important from the DC industries to have one-stop shop, having all the solutions for the customers, and the customer doesn't have to look to anyone else. So yeah, that's my humble submission.
Yeah, Chandan, anything that you would like to add?
Nothing, anything particular. I think most of the points are covered. Anyway, we are running short of time.
So basically I want 1 question. Please allow me 1 question, because anyone who has a question, yes please.
Yeah, okay. First of all, thank you for a wonderful discussion. My question is simple. I mean, although it seems very tempting that, and seems logical that we should go for the edge data centers. But my question specifically is that you talked about the China numbers, and then you said that India is having some 178 numbers of data centers, and we are just having 8 kVA consumptions, whereas compared to China with 450 and 3.1 megawatt of consumptions, right? Now, if that be the case, it doesn't seem like the China has gone full-fledged for the edge computing, because China was more or less slightly bigger than India. And then that raises to another point also, that the capacity of individual data centers in China is much, much higher than as compared to India. So what are they doing? Are they making the data centers in big cities? They are making them bigger, larger, and then are banking on their terrestrial optical fiber networks to carry to the tier 2 cities? Or what's your thought on that? Yeah, thank you.
See, on an average basis, I don't see that the capacity-wise, they would be like giant ones. Yes, there are giant data centers there in China as well. And it's not, there are 450 plus data centers over there in China, and it is not concentrated towards only Shanghai or Beijing, okay? So it is spread across. These particular things which we are able to see as of now, they have grown last maybe 30, 40 years to this particular stage, and maybe last 10 to 15 years or 20 years on the data center piece of it. The use cases in the market are changing, okay, for us as well, because we are now leaping on that particular digital transformation as a country, and maybe a cloud adoption, the digital economy and all that thing. For us, it is really important that, because earlier the requirements were that, okay, if at all you are here in Mumbai or Chennai, you are sorted, because that demand from the tier 2, tier 3 cities was lesser. Now, that particular thing is changing. The need and the experience which the end user need over there for any of the services, that expectation is changed. So hence, it is maybe a pertinent enough to get into that particular thing. As Gaurav mentioned, that there are demands from the various other sectors which is there in that particular areas. Obviously, this is something which is now a new thing which is required to be seen in. Unfortunately, China is a little close kind of a country. We don't have much of a visibility like we can get in India or maybe Singapore or US. That is a challenge. So if at all you talk about compared to maybe comparison between China and US is having around 51 megawatts per million kind of a footprint. So which is huge. And they have somewhere around 5,500 data centers across US. This is a superpower today, and they are completely developed country. We are progressing towards being a developed country first, maybe after that the superpower, okay? But yes, looking at a population, looking at the use cases which are new in IoT, AI, ML, this is something we are still underutilized on that thing. And as and when we are growing, so the growth which we've seen last 10 years is only because of the amount of a data consumption which is grown in last 5-7 years. So, and this is going to grow for sure.
I think Kundan has rightly brought up the point, but I think the short answer is we are not doing an apple-to-apple comparison for India to China, because China has most of its own built content. They're not a global consumption of the content in that way. They mostly have their in-house content built like Baidu and everything. They're not a much big user of Google and so on. They promote more of their internal content. That's the reason we see their data centers are more profiled to that, catering to their need itself. Whereas India is becoming a global hub to have all the content being delivered that way. That's where we see the proliferation of edge data center definitely going to fulfill over the next years to come.
I hope that answers your question. I would have loved to go on more, but the chair is pushing me.
Please excuse me for this, because we have already consumed 15 more minutes instead of 10. And we have one more interesting session coming out of this. So first of all, let me thank you all the panelists. And I can conclude that running a data center is like riding a tiger in this country. And everyone in the world will salute you to taking on this challenge. And I hope with this kind of consultation we will be closing the gap between the policy framework, policy makers and the actual users. So I hope it will help, and from the next time, on behalf of SANOG, I would say that next session will keep it for a longer period. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone.
Well, thank you so much to all our panelists for sharing your insights on navigating the landscape and actually addressing the challenges and concerns when it comes to data centers. So again, can we have a round of applause for that very, very insightful panel discussion? And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time we move to our next segment. Well, I believe that your thoughts are on food, but let us have some food for thought from our next segment curated for you all, which is on SRV6 deployment and use cases. And may I please invite Mr. Aditya Kaul, Principal Solution Architect, Juniper Networks, to join us on stage. A round of applause. Warm welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So that was a very interactive session. I hope I can maintain that momentum. So one thing which is consistent, what we have heard from this session is there is a rapid requirement of scale, and there is amazing, speeds and feeds in terms of speeds and feeds, and the use cases. There's been a rapid increase in some of these developments. Apart from that, even from a technology standpoint, it's very important that the technology also scales so that we can deliver these use cases to the end consumer. So from introduction perspective, my name is Aditya, and I work for Juniper Networks as a principal solution architect, working with our customers in Asia Pacific. I've got my co-presenter who's from Excel Axiata. His name is Reggie, and he's the architect for Excel. Together, we will talk about how did we scale Excel Axiata network and adopted SRV6 as a technology to bring some of these use cases which we are talking about to their end consumers. So from agenda perspective, we'll just give you an update about what's happening with SRV6 in terms of the industry outlook and the case study for SRV6 deployment at XCL Axiata. So first of all, what's the hype around SRV6? It builds upon IPv6, but what is so interesting about SRV6 versus MPLS? As we have seen, there has been a rapid increase, especially with 5G. We have seen a rapid growth in terms of use cases and from consumer perspective requiring certain low latency SLAs. For example, private 5G is another use case. And is MPLS good enough? It has, been there for past 25 years. But what we have seen is with this kind of a network technology, we would want simplicity within the network, which is stateless. So the network should be stateless. It should be programmable. And for example, when you scale up the network, it should basically be a single data plane which carries your traffic across the data center, the metro, IP RAN into the core. And with a single consistent technology. And SRV6 kind of brings you or delivers that. You don't need multiple technologies across different parts of the network. Plus, if people are aware, for example, in India, we have huge and big networks. And to run such big networks, we segment these networks using BGP LU, which is the seamless MPLS or unified MPLS kind of a technology. But with SRV6, you do not require any transport technology. So that's one big benefit. Second, high availability. Most of our customers, including the consumer customers, require a high available from a quality of experience perspective. So SRV6 kind of brings you that with link and node protection. It also gives you a very inherent way to load balance traffic, because that's also one of our challenges when we want to scale the network, whether we can load balance traffic in an ACMP way. And most important aspect and the most critical difference between MPLS or IP is scalability. So predominantly SRv6 brings the IPv6 inherent capability of scaling up the networks for the next 10 to 15 years. And how we do that, so SRv6 kind of goes back to the internet routing perspective, wherein you could summarize routes. If you see, internet today is a collection of summarized routes, but apparently with MPLS, it's not the case. You can't do, the technology doesn't allow summarization. So that's one big benefit. The second benefit is, for example, in data center side of things, you would require IP fabric or a technology like VXLAN. With SRv6, you do not require any MPLS label or any VXLAN headers, because from even your end user perspective or end host perspective, you can just use IPv6 right from the end application towards the destination. Seamless integration, so one of the challenges of technology transition is how good could this technology be in a brownfield environment. And for that matter, I think if you're aware of segment routing MPLS or segment routing V6, I think the technology transition from MPLS or IP networks to SRv6 is much better and much seamless, doesn't really cause much disruption, because predominantly most of our technology runs on IPv4 transport, and what we are trying to deliver to customers with SRv6 is an IPv6 based transport. So even from a services overlay perspective, these are completely two different transport planes, which means that customers have flexibility to reparent some of their overlay services. Finally, and the most important aspect is application-aware routing. When we say application-aware routing, a capability for you to deliver services to your end customers with a certain SLA, wherein you can program certain constraints, because as I said, the applications themselves use IPv6, it's much easier for you to, for your customers to define certain SLAs within IPv6, which is not the case as of today with the environment we have, with the technology environment we have with MPLS. Now, from industry standards and evolution perspective, and this is very important. If you see the life cycle of MPLS, it's been around for past 25 years. It started somewhere in 90s with a proprietary technology which was known as tag switching IP from Cisco, which essentially was standardized in a way, and we know it as MPLS today. But this is the most widely adopted technology right from the vendor community, for example, Cisco, Juniper, Nokia, and others, which are no longer, existing, like Nortel and other companies. But right from the hardware vendors to the software vendors like FRR, like IP Infusion, or even vendors like Microtech, there is a consistent way to adopt a technology, and that's the reason why industry standardization is very important for operators or customers, so that they can have a plug and play. They won't be having, be constrained by a proprietary technology. The maximum life cycle of MPLS was because it was a standardized, most standardized protocol. With SRv6, what we have seen, at least personally, in a very short span of time, this technology has been standardized. So what you see, what you can consume today, most of these functions are RFCs, which moved from draft to RFCs in a very quick time. Then also there are certain things which are being debated at ITF, but there is a consensus. For example, topology independent LFA, prefix summarization, flex algo is a very unique way to deliver slicing or SLAs to your customers. OEM, which is very important if you want to do OEM across multiple vendors, especially when we talk about overlay services like VPN or internet. Those are standardized as RFCs, and they should pretty well work with all the vendors. The other aspect which is very important is how do you do interworking with certain services which might be on MPLS network as you bring on SRv6. So there is a capability which is known as SRv6 to MPLS interworking, which will give you a brownfield environment wherein you can still have some services on the MPLS and some services on SRv6, and we can talk about that, why it's important. Multicast, BRN6 and SRP2MP provide you these capabilities with SRv6. This has wide vendor support, so I think any operator who looks to deploy this should, just go ahead with beer. That shouldn't be a problem. And one of the most controversial part of SRv6 has been compression, and I'm happy to say, CSID, which is known as micro-SID form of compression, has been adopted at IETF, and most of the vendors like Juniper, Nokia, and Cisco, and perhaps ZTE also support that. There is another flavor of compression which is very centric to Huawei and ZTE. I think that shouldn't be a concern in India because most of the Chinese vendors have a different environment which they have deployed in China, but it hasn't really been deployed outside of China. So from that perspective, the compression, micro-SID compression is the de facto standard. There is still some development happening in the analytics and telemetry, which is sensors and flows. They have been developing. That goes with any technology transition. You will come to know about new use cases and you will deploy new use cases. Multicast is another aspect wherein we have replication segment, which is being developed. So I just wanted to give you a state of where things are from technology standpoint at IETF. There is a wide consensus between the vendors and adoption from perhaps more than 100 customers. And this gives you a sneak peek into the ENTC. ENTC is a forum which used to run MPLS World Congress, and as part of that, there was an interop event which used to happen every year. And as part of that event, just last month, perhaps just early this month, where we had this interop 2024. If you see from the list of the vendors, SRv6, the largest audience of vendors tested, the most extensive testing they have done since a couple of years, and we see adoption of most of the services across SRv6. And when we say SRv6, why is it important and why are vendors actually testing this technology at ENTC? Because we believe the next evolution of technology should be SRv6 if we have to cater to this rapid scale and aggressive timelines, aggressive use cases. One of the ways we can deploy those use cases, especially in an environment like India, is through SRv6. So if you see, most of the vendors came up with their own devices and tested most of the services like global routing, layer 3 VPNs, EVPN, locator summarization, flex algo, low latency, dynamic low latency. All those functions were tested successfully. I'm not sure. Okay. So maybe there was a slide in the back. All right, that's okay. We can just move ahead. So if you see from SRv6 perspective, the most important aspect in SRv6 is how do you design your IPv6 addressing, more or less, how do you design SRv6 addressing which can take care of perhaps next 10 to 15 years. You don't need to worry about having issues in terms of scale. And as part of that, for example, in countries like India and Indonesia, which are seeing rapid growth in their networks, in their consumers, in their use cases, it's very important that you design a network which will scale up for the next 10 to 20 years, just like MPLS did till now. From that perspective, if you design your network in such a way that you have designed it as part of regions, so for example, this particular addressing plan, and it was very interesting, to come up with this addressing plan, we took 3 to 4 months, and that's a very big period. And the reason was we had a lot of contention between the different vendors. 4 different vendors had 4 different ways to do this. And to standardize one way, it took us 3 to 4 months. But the good news is we have done that hard work. Now, in terms of any customer who wants to adopt SRv6, they just need to use this as a reference. What it shows here is you have a prefix and you have 4 bits which are meant for region. That you could potentially have more than 200 nodes within one. Service provider just advertises an aggregate route to the internet and makes sure that any traffic for that prefix within that aggregate route gets routed to it. Similarly, in SRv6, in an infrastructure perspective, any route which is, for example, in region 1 gets advertised as a /48 and gets again aggregated as a /40. If I compare this with MPLS, you would be advertising all the /32 routes of each and every node into the core. And for this particular customer scenario, we had 40,000 to 50,000 routes, BGP transport routes, which were aggregated today to maybe 10 or 11 IPv6 aggregate routes. That's a substantial decrease in the scale of the network. That is a substantial, in terms of speeds and feeds of the routers, you have routers which are going to work in much efficient way, not process the real-time route table, but rather than focus on swapping the packets, which is wherein you have a direction wherein whether your fib table should be high or not. With SRv6 summarization, you have the capability to scale up the networks. This is one major technology change which I think would be important for any operator who needs scale in the network. And the other aspect which I mentioned, how can you transition towards a technology in a seamless way wherein your existing business as usual, traffic doesn't get disrupted. And this we do through capability called SRv6 to MPLS interworking. Basically what happens in the first figure, if you see, you have potentially MPLS on the other side, a traffic from MPLS environment wanting to go to SRv6 could potentially be interworked by the SRv6 capable interworking gateway routers, or on the other hand, it could potentially be an MPLS backbone which could connect the SRv6 islands to the MPLS islands. The interworking gateway basically takes in the SRv6 traffic, translates it into MPLS label, and sends it. Why is it important? For example, you could take hypothetically Mumbai as a location which has migrated to SRv6 but still has to talk to Delhi, which is still on MPLS. There needs to be a capability within the routers to translate this mechanism and make sure that your customers have the seamless connectivity between their end sites. So interworking gateway provides you that capability without disrupting any services, because obviously you won't have a big bang approach wherein you just decommission MPLS and enable SRv6. There would be coexistence for a certain period of time, and during that coexistence, interworking gateway can provide you that functionality. One more fundamental change is because these are two different data plane technologies. One is IPv4 based and the other is IPv6 based. So most of your overlay services today use IPv4 transport, and when we move them to SRv6, they would start using IPv6 transport plane. But the overlay services themselves do not have any issue in terms of using a particular transport. However, for example, in data centers, you have data center interconnects or data center gateways which translate to MPLS, or whenever the traffic is exiting the data center, it needs to go to a data center gateway or interconnect to move towards the MPLS world. With SRv6, actually you do not require any data center interconnects. With the addressing which we showed, you would essentially have the Tor switches be able to send traffic to a core site or another data center or towards the internet without requiring any data center interconnects. That's the value of SRv6, and that's why we believe that this next generation technology will really help customers. This just gives you a sneak peek into what I mentioned in terms of different workflows which you can see. For example, you can see some of the services on the top left-hand side which are on SRv6 talking to another island which is on SRv6 using a MPLS backbone. You still see some legacy MPLS devices having connectivity, for example, as a layer 2 VPN on one end going to a SRv6 device which has VPWS, which is the other end. So the interworking gateway, which is IWG, which is the AG routers, provide that seamless transition in the control plane for layer 3 VPN. And another thing which is very important, you can deploy SRv6 ring by ring or node by node or region by region. There's absolutely no requirement for you to have the entire network on SRv6 to deploy it. So this provides you a seamless transition way for you to deploy a new technology. So architecture enablers, basically summarization is one key. We have used multi-instance ISIs to basically scale up the network. And third, SRv6 interworking gateway is very important when we talk about any technology transition. And I think SRv6 is the only technology which is very disruption free because it's a completely different data plane transport. I will now move this to my co-presenter who's joining in from Indonesia on Zoom. And just to introduce Indonesia for you, I think Indonesia and India are having the largest digital consumption. We have around 280 million population in Indonesia, out of which 50 to 60% are young people, just like India. They had around $100 billion of digital economy last year, and they want to move to $133 billion digital economy by 2025. And the data center market is very hot in Indonesia right now. So you see a lot of resemblance between what transition mechanisms are happening in India as well as in Indonesia. So XL Axiata, for that matter, is a challenger, and they have deployed SRv6 as we speak across multi-vendors like Cisco, Juniper, ZTE, and Huawei. Over to you, Reggie. Yes. Hey, Pakraji, I think we are short of time. Maybe if you can just, maybe 2 minutes more. Thank you. Just wanted to reiterate, so any service anywhere, consistent services from any part of the network is essentially one of the major objectives apart from simplifying the network and scalable network. As part of the goals which we have, we want to basically have deployment around low latency networks, ensure customer SLAs, link delay measurement, and programmability of the network. I have more slides. Unfortunately, I'm short of time. So just for that benefit, you can have any questions or catch me anywhere if you have any questions. I'll be happy to answer those. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Aditya, for sharing your presentation with us, and to Regi as well for joining us virtually. Can we have one big round of applause for that insightful presentation? Thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time we break for lunch. But like I mentioned, time is the biggest asset to each one of us. So I would urge everyone to please assemble back sharp at 2:40. We're running short on time. But 2:40, that's a 45 minutes lunch break. And also just to bring to your notice that we have the RIPE Atlas probe, which is available at the AppNIC booth. So whoever would want to have the Atlas probe, you can please go and collect the same from the AppNIC booth. Everyone, a small request to please have a look at the exhibition halls, the exhibition booths on the second floor. Our exhibitors would be more than happy to connect with all of you. Thank you so much. Please enjoy your lunch break. Also, just to bring to your notice that we have lunch arranged upstairs as well. So you all can have your lunch on the second floor right outside the pre-function area as well. Thank you. Check 1, 2. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Well, before we begin with our next session, I would urge all our organizers of the SANOG41 conference to please step up on stage. May I request the organizers of the SANOG41 conference to please join us on stage for a group photograph. Well, we have some of our members who would not be able to stay back until the last session. So I would urge all our organizers of the SANOG41 conference to please step up on stage for a quick photograph. May I please request you all to join us on stage. Our organizers outside in the pre-function area, may I please request you all to join us on stage for a quick photo up. Again, a quick note to all our organizers of the SANOG41 conference outside in the pre-function area, please quickly join us for a group picture. The team right here on stage of the SANOG41 conference. This August gathering is a true testament and a reflection of all the hard work that has been put in by the team. So can we have a round of applause also along with the photograph for the team as well? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we begin with our next session. In the next 2 to 3 minutes, I would request everyone in the pre-function area to please join us back. Well, I hope you all had a good time over lunch and networking. But it's time we move forward to our next session. A quick request to all our members of the audience in the pre-function area. We're about to begin with our next session, which is Peering Forum 1. So may I request everyone to please join us back. I'm sure these conversations are important, very crucial, something to not miss about. So I would request everyone to please join us back. All right. So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all had a good time over lunch and networking. And like I mentioned, I hope that you could connect with all the exhibitors at the second floor. And you all had a good networking time there as well. And just a quick note that I would urge you all to please share all your key takeaways on your social media handles with the hashtag SANOG41 and hashtag INNOG. And now it's time we move to our next session, which is the Peering Forum 1. Ladies and gentlemen, to spearhead and lead this session, we have with us a prolific expert who specializes in interconnection peering and has extensive experience in the construction of global networks. He has worked on the projects involving telecommunications, data centers, submarine cable systems, IP transit, and edge site development. He has an extensive experience in product and service development, project management, pricing, and bid management as well. And he is well known for cultivating long-term business relationships for B2B companies as well. Throughout his career, he has worked with international companies in a variety of regions, including Asia, the Middle East, Europe, Africa, and United States of America. And he's currently working on the revolutionizing a network development in challenging markets such as Africa, the Middle East, and South Asia by leading projects in network development, data centers, data management, and telecommunications. Ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause, let us welcome the Senior Interconnection Consultant at DECIX, also the founder and CEO of SKCWLL, Mr. Sushil Kulkarni. Can we welcome him with a round of applause? Warm welcome, sir.
Hello everyone. Now we are heading the session number 1, the technical session, Peering Forum 1, and I like to invite Leah from RIPE to share about the current stage of RIPE across the region as well as in India, Southeast Asia. What are the developments happening and what new step forward? Thank you. Leah, please.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. It's good to see many of you here. So my name is Leah Estina. I work for RIPE NCC, and today I'm going to talk about how you can utilize RIPE Atlas in order, well, I'm sure many of you knows your network already, right? But how about looking at it from another angle? So how you can utilize RIPE Atlas in order to get to know more about your network. So I always wonder what network operators do. Like many other people, probably you just go to ChatGPT now, right? So I asked ChatGPT, what do network operators do? And it came with 11 things that network operators do, from network infrastructure management, security management, configuration and optimization, network monitoring, but I'm not going to talk about all of these topics. Today I'm going to focus only on network monitoring. And so you must have known this, right? No news is good news. Is that how you wait until incident happens? So as a network operator, there are many things that are within your control. There are things that are known to you. Things such as your network infrastructure, your system and software, for example. You know your people, you know how to engage with them, keep them happy, and you have probably your monitoring tools already, and you might have security measures in place. But what about these things that you don't know? So all the unknown things. Things such as threats, for example, or anything which are unpredictable. What about your competitor? Are you ahead of them? Are you keeping up with them? There's also the ever-changing technology. How do you deal with, how do you cope with ever-changing technology? And of course, there's natural disaster. And all of this negative thing, there's also opportunity there. So in this talk, I would like to bring you and introduce you to RIPE Atlas. But before I start I'll start with this topic. Any one of you here use RIPE Atlas already? Please raise your hand. Yeah. Anyone is coming from outside India? Yeah. All right, so for those of you who've never heard about RIPE Atlas or haven't used RIPE Atlas already, so RIPE Atlas is an internet measurement platform. Let me correct that, an active internet measurement platform. It consists of more than thousands of fun touch points connected in diverse network globally. And this platform is funded by the RIPE NCC, with the RIPE NCC members and also sponsors. And why do we develop these internet measurement tools? So the idea is to give you access to view your network connectivity and reachability from outside. So from all of these fun touch points that we have globally, you can use all of these fun touch points to measure your network performance. And these tiny probes, or the software one that we have, they are hosted by volunteers, and we use credit systems to make it fair for everyone and to avoid overload, because I haven't mentioned it, RIPE NCC is a not-for-profit organization, so anyone can use this internet measurement platform. And that's why there's a credit system, so there's no money involved. And the data that we collected from all the measurement that we have, we made it publicly available for your use. So if you want to do a research, what's happening in the internet connectivity within your country or economy, you can use RIPE Atlas. Okay, so how can you access RIPE Atlas? For those of you, if you're not very technical, this community is definitely very technical, but if you're not very technical, you can use RIPE Atlas graphic user interface. The website is very user-friendly. But you can also access RIPE Atlas using API and CLI tools. So, which means you can build your own dashboard. You can build your own visualization, for example. And what kind of measurement can you run using RIPE Atlas platform? So there's ping, traceroute, DNS, NTP, SSL, TLS, and the last but not least, you can run HTTP measurement. However, you can only use what we call Anchor as a target. So RIPE Atlas Anchor is RIPE Atlas on steroid. It's a very powerful one, and it attracts measurement from the probes in the region. So let's have a look at where we have the probes connected right now. So as you can see, all this dot is showing where the probes are located, and we have more than 12,000 fun touch points, and right now there are more than 3,000 ASN globally. It's the IPv4 one. I'm not sure about the IPv6. I think it's similar. And in South Asia, we have around 195 probes connected. And that's the reason why I'm here. I would like to see and talk to the community so that we have more deployment in South Asian region. Let me give you an example. So this is an example that I often use to give you a bit of idea of one use case, how you can use RIPE Atlas. So this is someone who's working for a gaming company. This is a while ago, but a very good use case. So some of the customer, they complain that they can't reach one of the server. So that's why this guy, let's say his name is Mbappe, he used RIPE Atlas platform to be able to run measurement towards that server which the customer was claiming not reachable. So first, he ran this measurement. This is an example of the graphic user interface, what you can do with RIPE Atlas. This is the result of the measurement. So he's running one-off measurement from 8 probes in different networks, as you can see. On the left-hand side, you see the ASN. There are 5 ASNs located in different countries. So the first measurement has a result for more than 270 milliseconds. If you're a gamer, this is really problematic, right? You will be very, very angry probably having this kind of latency. And then with RIPE Atlas, not only you can see how much latency it takes from one vantage point to the target, you can also show the path it's taking. That's why you will be able to pinpoint where the issue is. And then after that, if you know where the problem is, of course, you need to talk to your ISP, your upstream provider, or whoever it is that can help you improve the path, improve the latency. And then after that, what he did was he ran exactly the same measurement just to see, hey, did it work? Did it make any difference? And yes, the situation was after more than 270 milliseconds, it went down to around 4 milliseconds. So this is the things that you can do with RIPE Atlas already using the graphic user interface. Of course, after that, it's a hooray moment, right? The performance will improve, his manager is very happy, he was showing the result, of course, shorter path is selected, the latency is better, it's now more reliable. And then, you know, with RIPE Atlas, you have more control and flexibility. What I mean by that is that you can run as much test, as much measurement as you want without having the thought of, breaking your bank or something, because there's no money involved. And I can tell you one thing, this is what we hear from the community, is that service desks, they love RIPE Atlas using the graphic user interface because it's very user-friendly. They can, or if someone if someone complains, they can immediately use the graphic user interface and validate the findings. So it was all very nice and good, right? I mean, for some people, when we talk about RIPE Atlas, oh, it's really nice, but it's so good, too good to be true, probably. But let me tell you what it is not. So RIPE Atlas is not measuring the traffic volume. It doesn't measure your bandwidth. It doesn't do a Wi-Fi measurement. And above all, it doesn't make your coffee every morning. So sorry about that. Okay, now I'm going to ask you to take a risk. How about that? But I'm not just going to ask you to take a risk and install probes in your network, but I want to ask you to do it wisely. So how do you do that? How do you make sure that you're taking this decision wisely? So you can raise questions such as who uses the platform, right? And what do people say about RIPE Atlas? I'm sure it's very easy to find this information on Google right now. This is the easiest part. Search for bad reviews. And then what's the source? Is it trusted source? So RIPE Atlas has been there for more than a decade. People has been using it for more than a decade. So is it new? It's not something new. Have I convinced you? Okay. Let me give you something else. This is something that we find really important at the RIPE NCC about security and privacy. What about it? So the probes, as you can see, this is an example of version 4. So this probe is from a trusted material. All of our probes are from trusted material. It has regular address and keys. There's no open ports. The probe initiates the connection, and you can put it behind NAT if you want. And it doesn't listen to local traffic, so it doesn't snoop. What about the measurement? So as I mentioned already, it's an active measurement. So every measurement initiated by the probes through SSH connection to our server. And the code that we have is made publicly available. But I should mention that not only we have the one in hardware, like this tiny device, we also have the software probes that you can install in any server or VM that you have already available. All right, now let's have a look into what RIPE Atlas is in South Asia. So at the RIPE NCC, we develop measurement tools and we collect this data for the use, and we pack it in a way so that it can be useful for our members and also for the global internet community. So we have what we call RIPE Atlas Anchor. I already mentioned it. Right now we have 10 in India, and we have 4 K routes and 1 auth DNS. So it's good. In India, it's looking good. We have 2 anchors in Nepal, and 1 in Pakistan, and 1 in Bangladesh. So it would be nice if we have at least one of RIPE NCC tools in the economies in South Asia. Where do we want to deploy these tiny devices or these software probes? So here's a list of the ASN where we want to deploy probes. This list is generated based on the eyeball network from APNIC data. And so I only listed the top 10 eyeball network. That's our latest strategy in deploying these probes. So if your ASN is listed here and you're interested in installing probes in your network, come and talk to us at the APNIC booth. Our colleague from APNIC will be happy to help distributing these probes. And then what about the RIPE Atlas probes that in South Asia? So right now, the highest is in India. We have 170 probes connected around India. But we don't have as many in other countries within South Asia. And that's why I'm here to talk to the community, to meet all the RIPE Atlas ambassadors, and just talk to you and talk about RIPE Atlas. So it would be nice if we can improve after this conference the number of probes in other countries than India, for example. So I mentioned already that at the RIPE NCC we developed these prototypes and pack the data to make it more useful for the network operators. This is what we call country IXP CEDAI, and in this picture you see a mesh between all the probes that we have in a country. For example, on the left-hand side it's India. So if you see one of the cell is brown or light brown, it means that the path is going outside the country, or there's no local IXP found between this path. So in this case, in India, it's looking good, and also in Nepal. So the dark green, meaning there's an IXP found between this ASS, and the path is not going outside the country. So this can be something interesting for you if you want to make sure that the path within your country remains within your country, or if it's going outside the country. Here's another prototype that we have. This is what we call the world latency map. So if you're a network operator and you have an ASN, you can check how does RIPE Atlas network sees your network. What's the latency? And so this one, I choose one CDN, CDN network, which is from Cloudflare. It's 13335. Just choosing it, you know, there's no other reason behind it. And I set the latency up to 50 milliseconds. You can do this as well. This is available online for everyone to test and to try out. This is a prototype, just for your information. So anything beyond 50 milliseconds, make it red. So let's look at South Asia. So if we zoom in into this picture, you will see the view from another angle. So you will see the view from the side of the probe host. So this is a probe in Airtel. It's in India. So, and on the left-hand side, you see how much latency they are, and then down below you see the list of network that are in the neighborhood of this probe of Airtel. So this might be interesting to you to check if the latency is really high, and then if you see one of the network listed down below with the high latency, there might be in India as well, that maybe it's not the case, it shouldn't be the case. So yeah, this is something that you can check out and you can play with it. You can go all the way to the left to see the one which have low latency, or you can go to the right to see if there are any network that are important to your network that should actually be all the way to the left. So here's what we see in Bangladesh. So if there's a plateau on the bottom, it's probably all this network that they're probably in an IX. This is what we see in Nepal, in the one that we have, where we have probes. Of course, we don't have probes everywhere. As I mentioned already, some economy in South Asia, we don't have probe at all. That's why it's important. We need to have probe so that we can show you the data. Here's in Afghanistan, and just to make sure that you know that this is a prototype, so there's a limitation. There's, we're eager to hear from you. We're eager to know what you think, how we can make it better, how we can improve it. If you said, hey, Leah, can you provide more data? I would like to see this or that. Let us know. Our developer are eager to hear this input. Okay, this is the list of the network, the top 10 eyeball network, where we still want to have probes in each of the economies in South Asia. Like I said, if you are the owner or if you are a customer of this network, come and talk to us. Let me give you a final summary, more reason to love RIPE Atlas, as if you're not convinced already, right? So we have more than 12,000 Vantage points connected globally. It's from a trusted source. So RIPE NCC is not a for-profit organization, and the volunteers that we have, they're in the majority they are end users. It's safe and secure because we do regular third-party security review, and we share the result with everyone. It's an open data, so the measurement results are open to all. It's community-driven by the RIPE NCC and the community for the community. And above all, there's no money involved. It's a fair use, so you don't have to break banks. And okay, let's say it's the best internet measurement platform, according to me. Okay, what's next? So you can use this this voucher. You can redeem this voucher and go to this QR code. I'm not sure how much credits it is there, but because if you want to run measurement, you need to have credits, and the credits you can get by hosting a probe. So create a RIPE Atlas account, or ask Sushil. Sushil has many credits. And install probes, install software probes strategically in location. So if you have, if your customer is in 5 cities in India, put in every big city where your customers are located. I don't know if I have time to talk about risks. Let's see. So start testing, start running measurement. Show your manager, show your company what it can do, and see your network performance. And if you have disconnected probes, do reconnect it. And with this, I would like to thank the RIPE Atlas community. You know who you are out there. We have what we call RIPE Atlas ambassadors. We have many people here like Sushil, Anurag, Gaurav, Swapnil. We have a very vibrant RIPE Atlas community in India, especially as well. So we have probe hosts, we have sponsors, and we would like to thank the support, the amazing support from the local NOGs, INNOG, who has been helping us all this far. Yeah, thank you so much. I think my time is up, but this presentation is available online, I think, right? If you have any question, let me know. Thank you, everyone.
Well, thank you so much, Leah, for your presentation. Well, I think this is what the beauty of this conference is. It's not just about India, but connecting everyone across South Asia. So again, can we have a round of applause for Leah? Thank you. May I please invite Mr. Rupesh Shrestha to please join us on stage to felicitate Leah with a token of appreciation. So I would request you to please take the center stage. Take the center stage, please. Thank you so much. I'd like to invite back Mr. Sushil Kulkarni on stage as session chair for this panel.
Thank you, Leah. It's really a great insight about RIPE Atlas, and really appreciate your RIPE efforts to help the community to see your traffic, see your latency, improve the latency, and great effort from RIPE and their developers. So the next session, I want to invite Mr. Matsuka-san for his IRR. What are the things are happening in IRR, and the way you are using, and what are the things needs to improve to help the network to build a community. He is the master for that. Please welcome.
Thank you very much, Sushio. So this is Yoshinobu Matsuzaki, and today I'll provide some recent IRR change happening in our industry. So IRR, or Internet Routing Registry, we are using this system to publish our routing policy and our advertisement as such. Usually, we use this database to construct our route filtering on our routers, because this is some computer-friendly RPSL language. So we can use this to compile or construct our route filtering. And in our region, most people are using APNIC IRR or RADB. These two is pretty common and popular. But still, there are some countries and economies that NIR has own IRR, like JPIR by JPNIC. So, as said, it's a pretty common, even though we have a RPKI, but then still we are using IRR to provide our advertisement information in advance to our peer and also upstreams, right? To let our announcement accepted by the upstream, we usually update our AS set in advance, then start to announce our new prefix or new transit. So it's an important information for us to operate our AS or network. So even in a pairing DB, there is the section about an IRR, and this is an IIJ example. We use an AS-IIJ as our primary asset. By there, we have a bunch of the ASs that could be transited by IIJ. And recently, there was a proposal to have a hierarchical asset as a default for the APNIC IRR. It's not the default, but for the newly created asset should be hierarchical asset. It was a proposal and discussed during the APNIC policy working group, and policy SIG then adopted as a new policy. So at an APNIC, if you want to create a new asset, it should be in a hierarchical asset name scheme. And if you have an existing asset, you can modify as you like, but maybe in the future, it's better to adopt a hierarchical asset naming scheme to avoid a name collision issue. Yes, there is a name collision issue, like S Amazon, for example. In an RADB database, this is an S Amazon registered by Amazon, as we know. And there is another S Amazon asset in a RIPE database. It was created someone, I don't know, without any members, so no asset. So if you pick an RIPE as Amazon, your route filtering could be no, so rejecting all, right? In IRR, you can register any name as you like. So that's why we had the name collision issue. So for that, now we need to use hierarchical asset. Okay, some more non-hierarchical asset example here. S-APNIC. It's not APNICs. Someone registered an S-APNIC as their asset. So what's an APNIC asset? It's an AS-4608. It's not in a hierarchical asset, a hierarchical naming scheme, but maybe in the future, APNIC should change the name. But here's a hierarchical asset example, S17494 column S-customers. So the notation is S number, column, and S-anything you like. So it's reserved and dedicated asset namespace for each S number operators. By this, we can resolve name collision issue in IRR. But that means we need to change our asset name at some point. And the asset, as I said, is pretty important to get them proper transit from your upstream or proper peering relationship with your peering partners. So for that, we need somehow a smooth transition from non-hierarchical asset to the hierarchical asset. So for that, I have a safe transition plan. We can create a new hierarchical asset by using your S number first, then column, and then name as you like. Then second step, make the old asset a reference to the new asset. Then you can notify your peers and your upstream to use a new asset. Then after some duration, if you are comfortable, then you can delete the old asset. So I described that step by step, but here it's better to understand this diagram. So currently, for IIJ, we are using S-IIJ as our primary asset. First, we need to create hierarchical new asset, which is S2497 column S-IIJ. So name is up to us, but maybe we will use the same as set names there. So probably we will name it like this. And then member is the same as an existing S set as an SIIJ. Then as a step 2, we will modify the old S set, SIIJ, as a reference to the new S set. So here in red characters, members as just a single line. It's a reference to the new S set. By this, even our peers over upstream try to get the information through our old S set. Still, they can follow the members, then get the up-to-date latest our S set information from there. Another topic, RADB and RPKI. So last year, November, RADB migrated to IRR version 4. And then RPKI-related feature has been implemented. So now if your route or route 6 object failing under RPKI invalid, then you cannot see the answer from RADB anymore. So RPKI invalid object will no longer visible in the query, and any new objects that are invalid will be rejected by RADB. And any modification of an existing invalid object also are rejected by RADB. So that means if you have proper ROA, probably anyone else, maybe others cannot register fake route object anymore. That way you can protect your address space by issuing ROA, because if it looks like an RPKI invalid, you cannot register, right? Even malicious folks cannot register fake route object anymore. Before we had such a case, but then by issuing ROA, you can protect your address space. It's a good news for us. In the RADB database, they still have the route object that is fading into the RPKI invalid, but they are not answering the record anymore. It's in the database, but from the query answer, you cannot see anymore, right? And if you are trying to register a new route or route 6 object that is looks like an RPKI invalid, it's not possible anymore. So please check your ROA that is consistent with your routing policy and an announcement. So RPKI can help you, and but also may be cause some trouble if you're careless with an RPKI ROAs. And this is just an additional information. Let's assume we need to announce some sub-prefix to our peer or upstream for traffic engineering purpose. If you already issued an ROA, you need to change or issue new ROA so that your new announcement of the sub-prefix can be accepted by your peers. There are two ways for that. Number one, you can modify your max length, relaxing the ROA to allow suboptimal prefixes. Or you can just issue an additional ROA to specify which kind of the subprefix you are going to announce to your peer and upstreams. I recommend to adopt an idea too. So your ROA should fit or match with your announcement, right? We call it a minimal ROA. It's a better way to protect your space. So that's all. So APNIC account holder are only permitted to create a hierarchical asset at APNIC IRR now. So if you are still using a non-hierarchical asset, you need to consider to have a transition for hierarchical asset in the future. So this slide is maybe uploaded to the SANOG website. So if you are not in charge of that, but probably you can send the PDF link to your colleague to prepare for the future. And RADB is rejecting RPKI ROA invalid. So make sure you have a proper ROA to cover your announcement. And my last suggestion, keep your ROA minimal as possible to protect your space. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you so much, Mansu. Can we again have a round of applause for that insightful presentation? Well, yes, it's time to get the pictures clicked, but first up, may I please invite Mr. Dibya to join us on stage to felicitate Matsu. Can we first let the felicitation happen, then we can take one or two questions from the audience as well. Can we please get the mics?
Yes, please.
Hi, Ms. Anurag Bhatia, Hurricane Electric. Thanks for the great talk. You said about the conflict, the initial part of your slides, large part of the conflict problem with IRR comes because people point to RADB for generating filters, right? Majority of networks, personally, I know they would generate filters based off RADB. Doesn't matter whether they themselves would be using RADB or not. So as long as people define where their AS set is located, it solves the problem. So for instance, if I am on AppNIC, I can define in peering DB that my AS set is at AppNIC. There is a feature right there. I can define it saying AppNIC colon and then the AS set, and essentially signaling to the other side to pick that up and pick my AS set from AppNIC and not from RADB or any other conflicting registries. That's the one point. The other point remains that when anyone can run an IRR, and if IRR sync with each other, name conflict can always happen. There's nothing defined in the protocol to avoid the name conflict. You can literally be same person A on one IRR and person A, different person with the same name on the other IRR. There's absolutely nothing on the protocol level preventing it. Thanks.
That's true. IRR is a kind of the hack for our routing policy coordination. So in the future, we need a more concrete or reliable scheme. But at this moment, we only have IRR, and RPKN can help a little. Still, we need to somehow deal with an IRR by having a better operation together.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Matsu-san. So I have one question for all of you. How many people use peering DB? Who are the admins of their own account or AS number? So the next session, Mr. Arnold from PeeringDB. Last more than 15 years, he is helping us via PeeringDB. Also, he is the co-founder of Dikix, and stage is yours, Arnold, now.
Yeah, good afternoon. And I'm Arnold Nipper, and as Sushil mentioned, I'm also working for PeeringDB, and meanwhile more than 15 years, I guess. So what I will do is I give a short introduction into PeeringDB, and then I will talk about what's new. So actually, what is PeeringDB? I guess everyone from you here in the room is either an operator of a network, of an IXP, or of a collocation. And for interconnection, you need information about all of these objects, about the networks, where the networks are in the collocations, and where the networks interconnect at an internet exchange point. And at PeeringDB, you find all the information about these objects. And a record in PeeringDB makes it easy for people to find you and helps you to establish peering. So PeeringDB basically is the database for networks. But of course, if you also are an internet exchange or a collocation, you are interested also to have your presence over there. So, as already mentioned, you as a carrier, exchange, network, or a facility, you definitely should be there just to have your presence and to indicate that your customers are there, or if you're a network where your peers might find you. And also, especially the large networks who are willing to peer, they say, I'm happy to peer with you, but I also want to upload some of my work to you, and therefore you have to have a PeeringDB record, and you also have to maintain your PeeringDB record. That means you have to put in all the information I need that I can peer with you. And there are two ways to access PeeringDB. There is also, if you surf at www.peeringdb.com, you have a nice graphical user interface, but more important nowadays for network automation, there is also a slim. And meanwhile, it's already, I guess, 8 years ago, people found out that PeeringDB is really important, and therefore an association has been set up, which is the United States 501c6 volunteer organization, and this is 100% funded by sponsorships. Why is it funded by sponsorships? Because there are so many users who use PeeringDB, and for those users, the users should be free. We do not want to offload the cost of running PeeringDB to the users, because the users have a big advantage in using PeeringDB. On the other hand, there is cost to run PeeringDB, and there are participants who have a big advantage from using PeeringDB because they can offload work. I already mentioned the bigger networks, they tell their peers, please have a PeeringDB record, and then I'm able to fetch the information from PeeringDB, and they are willing to pay money that PeeringDB can be run. Who might be a member of this association? It's quite easy, almost everyone. If you're a corporation, limited liability company, partnership, or any legal business, may be a member of PeeringDB. The membership is really easy. You only have to have a peering DB record, and you have to subscribe to the government mailing list, and then automatically you are a member. You can be voted on the board. You have the right to vote, and so on and so on. As of the 15th of April this year, there were 480 addresses subscribed to the governance mailing list. It could be more. So if you only are interested in to get information from peering DB, it's fine. But it would also be better if you also show interest in how peering DB is run. Elections are taking place every year, and every year half of the board is swapped out or renewed. So currently elections are going on. If you are a member of peering DB, and if you're a voter, you have been notified, and voting is still going on until today at midnight UTC. You find the government mailing list at the pdf.gov, and also you find more information on the docs peering DB. So this is the current list of directors and officers, and we also have someone from this economy. It's Rahul Makia. Hopefully I pronounced it right. Are you here, Rahul? Yes? Okay. He's over there. So also turn to him if you have more questions about peering DB. So peering DB, as mentioned, is 100% run by volunteers. Beside one of, we have a program manager, secretary, which get paid off. And the departments are called committees within peering DB. We have a support department, which is the admin committee, all the tickets, and if you want to register a new object, this always goes directly to the admin committee. Then we have the fine guys who run peering DB. There are a lot of servers, the database, the web front ends, and so on, which has to be taken care of. This is done by the operations committee, then our marketing department, which we call outreach. They manage marketing and social media, and also develop and maintain presentation, workshop, webinars. And then, last but not least, we also have the product committee. So peering DB is not set in stone, it's developed. We have to fix bugs, and this is done by the product committee. And we also have a product manager who takes care of the roadmap so that we know what to do next year and the year after next year. So this is all of the product development workflow happens within GitHub. If you find a bug or if you want to have a feature implemented, have an account at GitHub and just open an issue over there. Basically what we do, we try to have a new release almost every month. What we do, at least 1 week before we make the change or have a new release, we give a notice to the community. We have always a beta website where the new version is running on, where you also can test your scripts or see whether the features which we want to implement in the new version are running. And new releases are deployed on Wednesdays at 4 o'clock Zulu time. What we, and thus avoids doing is on Mondays, on Fridays. And what we also do not do is deploying on international holidays or during large conferences like Apricot, EPF, GPF, and so on and so on. You also can see what has been done in the releases if you search at the milestone website. As mentioned, there is a beta development server where you find all the new features and bug fixes and what we definitely need, or what we have observed, people are not using the better server much, and which leads sometimes, especially what we found out when we made major changes to the graphical user interface, that they all of a sudden say, wow, I was so astonished to see this new graphical user interface. I did not know about it. I did not know about this feature. That's the reason why we have the better server, where you always can find what we plan to deploy. What we try to do, I already talked about that, is the graphical user interface. We need a web redesign, and we have done it, but this was not okay, so have we taken back. We went back to square zero and will have it done in one of the next releases. What we also did is, can export all the objects, mainly the facilities and internet exchange point, into a KMZ file, and then go to Google Earth and see where these objects are. An always ongoing topic is searching. So we started really with limited search in PeeringDB and tried to improve this, especially to put in more intelligence in searching. For example, let's say I want all facilities in a radius of 50 kilometers from this existing facilities, or from this IXP where it is, and so on and so on. Also, I mentioned it, we want you to be a better testing, and I also have a call for volunteers for the admin committee. If you are using PeeringDB on your mobile, you will see that this is sometimes, especially because of long names of IPv6 addresses, it's suboptimal how it is displayed. This is something we want to improve. We also want to add more dashboards, options, and have the loading improved. Talked about it, the facility data, how it is displayed on the map to make it importable to Google Maps. And also later this year, what we will do is export searches to KMZ and improve the visual attributes. Mentioned search to get a better location support. For example, city names are so different in different languages. For example, if you take about Monaco, most people in Germany, if you talk about Monaco, they refer to the city in France, whereas other cities, main München, which is located in Germany. Also, to be able to have more complex operations on search. Currently, you are not able to have Boolean operators on search. You can only search by simple expressions, so not say I want to have this one and or not, and so on. And also to say, okay, now I have results and I want to go dig into this and to refine these results. We need better testers. I guess I meanwhile say it's the third or fourth time. This is really important. If you are using PeeringDB, if you are a heavy user, if you rely on it, please always go to PeeringDB, check whether your scripts are still and tools are still running, and give feedback. And also what we need is, because of the high demand, and still what we see that people are still registering with PeeringDB, we have currently roughly 30 to 40 tickets per day, average, really average, from Monday to Sunday, and they
S42 and S3856. We are present at around 300 locations globally and also in major exchange points inside India. If you want to host a PCS node or you are starting your own exchange point and need some support, then you can always write to us at peering@pcs.net or contact me directly and then we can help you out. Thank you.
So I see a couple of people still standing there that we don't have slides for, so please feel free to come up and do your stuff verbally.
Hi guys, Ronak Maheshwari from Extreme. My slide is not here. I actually don't like to read from slides, but we are present in 6 cities: Mumbai, Delhi, Chennai, Hyderabad, Bangalore, Kolkata, having 40 POPs, expanding to about 6 more POPs in the next 2 months, and hopefully a few more cities in next year. Thank you.
All right, one more.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Soman. I'm from Nexi. Nexi has total 77 numbered exchange point in Tier 1 and Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. In Tier 1 cities, mostly in major data centers, that is STT, Global Entity, Equinix, and Control-S. And in Tier 2 or 3 data centers, we have in STPI, ISAN, SEFI locations. So basically, total traffic is near about peak traffic is 1.5 Tbps. Total ASN is 353. And we are, if any issues, you can connect to me, that is soman@nexi.in. And Saroj Rai, who are present right now over here, you can connect to him also. And we're happy to connect to all the ISPs and CDNs. Looking forward to all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any last takers? Well, you missed your slot earlier, so better be quick.
So good evening, everyone. This is Hitesh from Act FiberNet. So we are in a slight different zone. We are an ISP, and primarily we are operating in until 20 cities in India, majorly in South and North region. Overall traffic, what we contain is 5 Tbps of traffic, which we are handling at the group level. And we are majorly present for peering and connectivity towards more bigger locations like Chennai, Hyderabad, Bangalore, and Delhi. So that's how, and if you want to connect with us, you can reach out to us, peering@actcorp.in, which is, thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. I hope that gave you a good overview who's peering here and hopefully inspires some people to have a couple more ISPs specifically present next time so we get a better idea of who you can peer with in India. I'm passing this back. We're only 10 minutes behind time, so thank you very much. Take care.
Well, thank you so much, Matt, for leading that session. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we break for 30 minutes. It's time for a tea and a networking break. Not 30, in fact, 20 minutes. It's 4:10. I request all of you to please assemble back sharp at 4:30 for our next session. Till then, I would again urge you all to please share all your key takeaways on your social media handles. And also do visit a second floor for the exhibitions. Our exhibition booths are right there. So please make the most of this and connect with our exhibitors at the second floor. Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and I'd like to welcome you back with our last but a very crucial segment of the day. So I would urge all our members of the audience in the pre-function area to please join us back in the room. We're about to begin with the next technical session. A quick request to all our members of the audience to please join us back. We have another technical session lined up for all of you. So I would urge everyone to take their seats.